Chapter 1, Part 1 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose, by Grant Allen. Publisher's Note. In putting before the public the last work by Mr. Grant Allen, the publishers desire to express their deep regret at the author's unexpected and lamented death, a regret in which they are sure to be joined by the many thousand readers whom he did so much to entertain. A man of curiously varied and comprehensive knowledge, and with the most charming personality, a writer who, treating of a wide variety of subjects, touched nothing which he did not make distinctive, he filled a place which no man living can exactly occupy. The last chapter of this volume had been roughly sketched by Mr. Allen before his final illness, and his anxiety when debarred from work to see it finished was relieved by the considerate kindness of his friend and neighbour, Dr. Conan Doyle, who, hearing of his trouble, talked it over with him, gathered his ideas, and finally wrote it out for him in the form in which it now appears, a beautiful and pathetic act of friendship which it is a pleasure to record. Chapter 1. The episode of the patient who disappointed her doctor. Hilda Wade's gift was so unique, so extraordinary, that I must illustrate it, I think, before I attempt to describe it. But first let me say a word of explanation about the master. I have never met anyone who impressed me so much with a sense of greatness as Professor Sebastian, and this was not due to his scientific eminence alone. The man's strength and keenness struck me quite as forcibly as his vast attainments. When he first came to St. Nathaniel's Hospital, an eager, fiery-eyed physiologist, well past the prime of life, and began to preach with all the electric force of his vivid personality that the one thing on earth worth a young man's doing was to work in his laboratory, attend his lectures, study disease, and be a scientific doctor, dozens of us were infected by his contagious enthusiasm. He proclaimed the gospel of germs, and the germ of his own zeal flew abroad in the hospital. It ran through the wards as if it were typhoid fever. Within a few months half the students were converted from lukewarm observers of medical routine into flaming apostles of the new methods. The greatest authority in Europe on comparative anatomy, now that Huxley was taken from us, he had devoted his later days to the pursuit of medicine proper, to which he brought a mind stored with luminous analogies from the lower animals. His very appearance held one. Tall, thin, erect, with an ascetic profile not unlike Cardinal Manning's, he represented that abstract form of asceticism which consists in absolute self-sacrifice to a mental idea, not that which consists in religious abnegation. 3 years of travel in Africa had tanned his skin for life. His long white hair, straight and silvery as it fell, just curled in one wave-like inward sweep where it turned and rested on the stooping shoulders. His pale face was clean-shaven, save for a thin and wiry grizzled moustache, which cast into stronger relief the deep-set, hawk-like eyes and the acute, intense, intellectual features. In some respects his countenance reminded me often of Dr. Martineau's. In others it recalled the knife-like edge, unturnable, of his great predecessor, Professor Owen. Wherever he went, men turned to stare at him. In Paris they took him for the head of the English Socialists. In Russia they declared he was a Nihilist emissary, and they were not far wrong, in essence, for Sebastian's stern, sharp face was above all things the face of a man absorbed and engrossed by one overpowering pursuit in life, the sacred thirst of knowledge, which had swallowed up his entire nature. He was what he looked, the most single-minded person I have ever come across, and when I say single-minded, I mean just that, and no more. He had an end to attain, the advancement of science, and he went straight towards the end, looking neither to the right nor to the left for anyone. An American millionaire once remarked to him of some ingenious appliance he was describing, "Why, if you were to perfect that apparatus, Professor, and take out a patent for it, I reckon you'd make as much money as I've made." Sebastian withered him with a glance. "I have no time to waste," he replied, "on making money." So when Hilda Wade told me, on the first day I met her, that she wished to become a nurse at Nathaniel's, to be near Sebastian, I was not at all astonished. I took her at her word. Everybody who meant business in any branch of the medical art, however humble, desired to be close to our rare teacher, to drink in his large thought, to profit by his clear insight, his wide experience. The man of Nathaniel's was revolutionizing practice, and those who wished to feel themselves abreast of the modern movement were naturally anxious to cast in their lot with him. I did not wonder, therefore, that Hilda Wade, who herself possessed in so large a measure the deepest feminine gift, intuition, should seek a place under the famous professor who represented the other side of the same endowment in its masculine embodiment, instinct of diagnosis. Hilda Wade herself I will not formally introduce to you. You will learn to know her as I proceed with my story. I was Sebastian's assistant, and my recommendation soon procured Hilda Wade the post she so strangely coveted. Before she had been long at Nathaniel's, however, it began to dawn upon me that her reasons for desiring to attend upon our revered master were not wholly and solely scientific. Sebastian, it is true, recognized her value as a nurse from the first. He not only allowed that she was a good assistant, but he also admitted that her subtle knowledge of temperament sometimes enabled her closely to approach his own reasoned scientific analysis of a case and its probable development. Most women, he said to me once, are quick at reading the passing emotion. They can judge with astounding correctness from a shadow on one's face, a catch in one's breath, a movement of one's hands, how their words or deeds are affecting us. We cannot conceal our feelings from them, but underlying character they do not judge so well as fleeting expression. Not what Mrs. Jones is in herself, but what Mrs. Jones is now thinking and feeling. There lies their great success as psychologists. Most men, on the contrary, guide their life by definite facts, by signs, by symptoms, by observed data. Medicine itself is built upon a collection of such reasoned facts. But this woman, Nurse Wade, to a certain extent stands intermediate mentally between the two sexes. She recognizes temperament, the fixed form of character and what it is likely to do, in a degree which I have never seen equalled elsewhere. To that extent, and within proper limits of supervision, I acknowledge her faculty as a valuable adjunct to a scientific practitioner. Still, though Sebastian started with a predisposition in favour of Hilda Wade, a pretty girl appeals to most of us, I could see from the beginning that Hilda Wade was by no means enthusiastic for Sebastian, like the rest of the hospital. "He is extraordinarily able," she would say, when I gushed to her about our master, but that was the most I could ever extort from her in the way of praise. Though she admitted, intellectually, Sebastian's gigantic mind, she would never commit herself to anything that sounded like personal admiration. To call him the prince of physiologists did not satisfy me on that head. I wanted her to exclaim, "I adore him, I worship him, he is glorious, wonderful." I was also aware from an early date that, in an unobtrusive way, Hilda Wade was watching Sebastian, watching him quietly, with those wistful, earnest eyes, as a cat watches a mouse-hole, watching him with mute inquiry, as if she expected each moment to see him do something different from what the rest of us expected of him. Slowly I gathered that Hilda Wade, in the most literal sense, had come to Nathaniel's, as she herself expressed it, to be near Sebastian. Gentle and lovable as she was in every other aspect, toward Sebastian she seemed like a lynx-eyed detective. She had some object in view, I thought, almost as abstract as his own, some object to which, as I judged, she was devoting her life quite as single-mindedly as Sebastian himself had devoted his to the advancement of science. "Why did she become a nurse at all?" I asked once of her friend, Mrs. Mallet. "She has plenty of money, and seems well enough off to live without working." "Oh dear, yes," Mrs. Mallet answered. "She is independent, quite. Has a tidy little income of her own, 600 or 700 a year, and she could choose her own society. But she went in for this mission fad early. She didn't intend to marry, she said, so she would like to have some work to do in life. Girls suffer like that nowadays. In her case the malady took the form of nursing." "As a rule," I ventured to interpose, "when a pretty girl says she doesn't intend to marry, her remark is premature. It only means—" "Oh yes, I know. Every girl says it. 'Tis a stock property in the popular masque of maiden modesty, but with Hilda it is different, and the difference is that Hilda means it." "You are right," I answered. "I believe she means it. Yet I know one man at least," for I admired her immensely. Mrs. Mallett shook her head and smiled. "It is no use, Dr. Cumberledge," she answered. "Hilda will never marry. Never, that is to say, till she has attained some mysterious object she seems to have in view, about which she never speaks to anyone, not even to me. But I have somehow guessed it." "And it is?" "Oh, I have not guessed what it is. I am no Oedipus. I have merely guessed that it exists. But whatever it may be, Hilda's life is bounded by it. She became a nurse to carry it out, I feel confident. From the very beginning, I gather, a part of her scheme was to go to St. Nathaniel's. She was always bothering us to give her introductions to Dr. Sebastian, and when she met you at my brother Hugo's, it was a preconcerted arrangement. She asked to sit next to you, and meant to induce you to use your influence on her behalf with the Professor. She was dying to get there." "It is very odd," I mused. "But there, women are inexplicable. And Hilda is in that matter the very quintessence of woman. Even I, who have known her for years, don't pretend to understand her." A few months later Sebastian began his great researches on his new anaesthetic. It was a wonderful set of researches. It promised so well. All Nets, as we familiarly and affectionately styled St. Nathaniel's, was in a fever of excitement over the drug for a 12-month. The Professor obtained his first hint of the new body by a mere accident. His friend, the Deputy Prosector of the Zoological Society, had mixed a draught for a sick raccoon at the Gardens, and, by some mistake in a bottle, had mixed it wrongly. I purposely refrained from mentioning the ingredients, as they are drugs which can be easily obtained in isolation at any chemist's, though when compounded they form one of the most dangerous and difficult to detect of organic poisons. I do not desire to play into the hands of would-be criminals. The compound on which the Deputy Prosector had thus accidentally lighted sent the raccoon to sleep in the most extraordinary manner. Indeed, the raccoon slept for 36 hours on end, all attempts to awake him by pulling his tail or tweaking his hair being quite unavailing. This was a novelty in narcotics, so Sebastian was asked to come and look at the slumbering brute. He suggested the attempt to perform an operation on the somnolent raccoon by removing, under the influence of the drug, an internal growth which was considered the probable cause of his illness. A surgeon was called in, the growth was found and removed, and the raccoon, to everybody's surprise, continued to slumber peacefully on his straw for 5 hours afterwards. At the end of that time he awoke and stretched himself as if nothing had happened, and though he was, of course, very weak from loss of blood, he immediately displayed a most royal hunger. He ate up all the maize that was offered him for breakfast, and proceeded to manifest a desire for more by most unequivocal symptoms. Sebastian was overjoyed. He now felt sure he had discovered a drug which would supersede chloroform, a drug more lasting in its immediate effects, and yet far less harmful in its ultimate results on the balance of the system. A name being wanted for it, he christened it Lethodine. It was the best pain-luller yet invented. For the next few weeks at Nats we heard of nothing but Lethodine. Patients recovered and patients died, but their deaths or recoveries were as dross to Lethodine, an anaesthetic that might revolutionize surgery and even medicine. A royal road through disease, with no trouble to the doctor and no pain to the patient. Lethodine held the field. We were all of us, for the moment, intoxicated with Lethodine. Sebastian's observations on the new agent occupied several months. He had begun with the raccoon. He went on, of course, with those poor scapegoats of physiology, domestic rabbits. Not that in this particular case any painful experiments were in contemplation. The Professor tried the drug on a dozen or more quite healthy young animals, with the strange result that they dozed off quietly and never woke up again. This nonplussed Sebastian. He experimented once more on another raccoon, with a smaller dose. The raccoon fell asleep and slept like a top for 15 hours, at the end of which time he woke up as if nothing out of the common had happened. Sebastian fell back upon rabbits again, with smaller and smaller doses. It was no good. The rabbits all died with great unanimity, until the dose was so diminished that it did not send them off to sleep at all. There was no middle course, apparently, to the rabbit kind. Lethidine was either fatal or else inoperative. So it proved to sheep. The new drug killed or did nothing. I will not trouble you with all the details of Sebastian's further researches. The curious will find them discussed at length in volume 237 of the Philosophical Transactions. See also Compte rendu de l'Académie de Médecine, tome 49, pages 72 and sequel. I will restrict myself here to that part of the inquiry which immediately refers to Hilda Wade's history. "If I were you," she said to the Professor one morning, when he was most astonished at his contradictory results, "I would test it on a hawk. If I dare venture on a suggestion, I believe you'll find that hawks recover." "The deuce they do!" Sebastian cried. However, he had such confidence in Nurse Wade's judgment that he bought a couple of hawks and tried the treatment on them. Both birds took considerable doses, and, after a period of insensibility extending to several hours, woke up in the end quite bright and lively. "I see your principle," the Professor broke out. "It depends upon diet. Carnivores and birds of prey can take lethidine with impunity. Herbivores and fruit eaters cannot recover, and die of it. Man, therefore, being partly carnivorous, will doubtless be able more or less to stand it." Hilda Wade smiled her sphinx-like smile. "Not quite that, I fancy," she answered. "It will kill cats, I feel sure. At least most domesticated ones. But it will not kill weasels. Yet both are carnivores." "That young woman knows too much," Sebastian muttered to me, looking after her as she glided noiselessly with her gentle tread down the long white corridor. "We shall have to suppress her, Kamrulidge. But I'll wager my life she's right, for all that. I wonder now how the dickens she guessed it." "Intuition," I answered. He pouted his under lip above the upper one with a dubious acquiescence. "Inference, I call it," he retorted. "All woman's so-called intuition is, in fact, just rapid and half unconscious inference." He was so full of the subject, however, and so utterly carried away by his scientific ardour, that I regret to say he gave a strong dose of lethidine at once to each of the matron's petted and pampered Persian cats, which lounged about her room and were the delight of the convalescents. They were two peculiarly lazy sultanas of cats, mere jewels of the harem, oriental beauties that loved to bask in the sun or curl themselves up on the rug before the fire and dawdle away their lives in congenial idleness. Strange to say, Hilda's prophecy came true. Zuleika settled herself down comfortably in the Professor's easy-chair and fell into a sound sleep from which there was no awaking, while Roxana met fate on the tiger skin she loved, coiled up in a circle, and passed from this life of dreams, without knowing it, into one where dreaming is not. Sebastian noted the facts with a quiet gleam of satisfaction in his watchful eye, and explained afterwards, with curt glibness to the angry matron, that her favourites had been canonized in the roll of science, as painless martyrs to the advancement of physiology. The weasels, on the other hand, with an equal dose, woke up after 6 hours as lively as crickets. It was clear that carnivorous tastes were not the whole solution, for Roxana was famed as a notable mouser. "Your principle?" Sebastian asked our Sibyl in his brief, quick way. Hilda's cheek wore a glow of pardonable triumph. The great teacher had deigned to ask her assistance. "I judged by the analogy of Indian hemp," she answered. "This is clearly a similar, but much stronger narcotic. Now, whenever I have given Indian hemp, by your direction, to people of sluggish, or even of merely bustling temperament, I have noticed that small doses produce serious effects, and that the after results are most undesirable. But when you have prescribed the hemp for nervous, overstrung, imaginative people, I have observed that they can stand large amounts of the tincture without evil results, and that the after effects pass off rapidly. I, who am mercurial in temperament, for example, can take any amount of Indian hemp without being made ill by it, while 10 drops will send some slow and torpid rustics mad drunk with excitement, drive them into homicidal mania." Sebastian nodded his head. He needed no more explanation. "You have hit it," he said. "I see it at a glance. The old antithesis. All men and all animals fall, roughly speaking, into 2 great divisions of type. The impassioned and the unimpassioned. The vivid and the phlegmatic. I catch your drift now. Lethidine is poison to phlegmatic patients, who have not active power enough to wake up from it unhurt. It is relatively harmless to the vivid and impassioned, who can be put to sleep." Then gulped and swallowed it. After that she lay back with her mouth open, looking like a corpse. Hilda pressed another spoonful of the soft jelly upon her, but the girl waved it away with one trembling hand. "Let me die," she cried. "Let me die. I feel dead already." Hilda held her face close. "Isabel," she whispered, and I recognized in her tone the vast moral difference between Isabel and Number 14. "Isabel, you must take it. For Arthur's sake, I say, you must take it." The girl's hand quivered as it lay on the white coverlet. "For Arthur's sake," she murmured, lifting her eyelids dreamily. "For Arthur's sake. Yes, nurse dear." "Call me Hilda, please. Hilda." The girl's face lighted up again. "Yes, Hilda dear," she answered, in an unearthly voice like one raised from the dead. "I will call you what you will. Angel of light, you have been so good to me." She opened her lips with an effort and slowly swallowed another spoonful. Then she fell back, exhausted. But her pulse improved within 20 minutes. I mentioned the matter with enthusiasm to Sebastian later. "It is very nice in its way," he answered, "but it is not nursing." I thought to myself that that was just what it was, but I did not say so. Sebastian was a man who thought meanly of women. "A doctor, like a priest," he used to declare, "should keep himself unmarried. His bride is medicine." And he disliked to see what he called philandering going on in his hospital. It may have been on that account that I avoided speaking much of Hilda Wade thenceforth before him. He looked in casually next day to see the patient. "She will die," he said with perfect assurance as we passed down the ward together. "Operation has taken too much out of her." "Still, she has great recuperative powers," Hilda answered. "They all have in her family, Professor. You may perhaps remember Joseph Huntley, who occupied number 67 in the accident ward some 9 months since. Compound fracture of the arm, a dark, nervous engineer's assistant, very hard to restrain. Well, he was her brother. He caught typhoid fever in the hospital, and you commented at the time on his strange vitality. Then there was her cousin again, Ellen Stubbs. We had her for stubborn chronic laryngitis, a very bad case. Anyone else would have died. Yielded at once to your treatment, and made, I recollect, a splendid convalescence." "What a memory you have!" Sebastian cried, admiring against his will. "It is simply marvellous. I never saw anyone like you in my life, except once. He was a man, a doctor, a colleague of mine, dead long ago. Why," he mused and gazed hard at her. Hilda shrank before his gaze. "This is curious," he went on slowly at last. "Very curious. Why, you resemble him." "Do I?" Hilda replied, with forced calm, raising her eyes to his. Their glances met. That moment I saw each had recognized something.
Is it all the likelier that some undesirable young woman somewhere may have managed to get hold of him? Just the sort of romantic, impressionable hobbledehoy such women angle for. I drummed my fingers on the table. Presently Hilda spoke again. "Why don't you try to get to know him and find out precisely what's the matter?" "I know what's the matter, now you've told me," I answered. "It's as clear as day. Daphne's very much smitten with him too. I'm sorry for Daphne. Well, I'll take your advice. I'll try to have some talk with him." "Do, please. I feel sure I have hit upon it. He has got himself engaged in a hurry to some girl he doesn't really care about, and he's far too much of a gentleman to break it off, though he's in love quite another way with Daphne." Just at that moment the door opened and my aunt entered. "Why, where's Daphne?" she cried, looking about her and arranging her black lace shawl. "She's just run out into Westbourne Grove to get some gloves and a flower for the feet this evening," Hilda answered. Then she added significantly, "Mr. Holsworthy has gone with her." "What, that boy's been here again?" "Yes, Lady Tepping. He called to see Daphne." My aunt turned to me with an aggrieved tone. It's a peculiarity of my aunt's. I have met it elsewhere, that if she is angry with Jones and Jones is not present, she assumes a tone of injured asperity on his account towards Brown or Smith, or any other innocent person whom she happens to be addressing. "Now, this is really too bad, Hubert," she burst out as if I were the culprit. "Disgraceful, abominable. I'm sure I can't make out what the young fellow means by it. He comes dangling after Daphne every day and all day long, and never once says whether he means anything by it or not. In my young days such conduct as that would not have been considered respectable." I nodded and beamed benignly. "Well, why don't you answer me?" my aunt went on, warming up. "Do you mean to tell me you think his behavior respectful to a nice girl in Daphne's position?" "My dear aunt," I answered, "you confound the persons. I'm not Mr. Holsworthy. I decline responsibility for him. I meet him here in your house for the first time this morning." "Then that shows how often you come to see your relations, Hubert," my aunt burst out obliquely. "The man's been here, to my certain knowledge, every day this 6 weeks." "Really, Aunt Fanny?" I said. "You must recollect that a professional man—" "Oh, yes, that's the way. Lay it all down to your profession, do, Hubert. Though I know you were at the Thorntons on Saturday. Saw it in the paper," fixing my eyes on her as she looked. She read it through. For a minute or two she examined it. "The letter's right enough," she answered after a second reading, "though its guileless simplicity is perhaps, under the circumstances, just a leetle overdone. But the handwriting? The handwriting is duplicity itself, a cunning, serpentine hand, no openness or honesty in it. Depend upon it, that girl is playing a double game." "You believe then there is character in handwriting?" "Undoubtedly. When we know the character we can see it in the writing. The difficulty is to see it and read it before we know it, and I have practiced a little at that. There is character in all we do, of course, our walk, our cough, the very wave of our hands. The only secret is not all of us have always skill to see it. Here, however, I feel pretty sure. The curls of the G's and the tails of the Y's, how full they are of wile, of low, underhand trickery." I looked at them as she pointed. "That is true," I exclaimed. "I see it when you show it. Lines meant for effect, no straightness or directness in them." Hilda reflected a moment. "Poor Daphne," she murmured. "I would do anything to help her. I'll tell what might be a good plan." Her face brightened. "My holiday comes next week. I'll run down to Scarborough. It's as nice a place for a holiday as any, and I'll observe this young lady. It can do no harm, and good may come of it." "How kind of you!" I cried. "But you are always all kindness." Hilda went to Scarborough and came back again for a week before going to Brugge, where she proposed to spend the greater part of her holidays. She stopped a night or two in town to report progress, and, finding another nurse ill, promised to fill her place till a substitute was forthcoming. "Well, Dr. Cumberledge," she said when she saw me alone, "I was right. I have found out a fact or two about Daphne's rival." "You have seen her?" I asked. "Seen her? I have stopped for a week in the same house. A very nice lodging house on the Spa front, too. The girl's well enough off. The poverty plea fails. She goes about in good rooms and carries a mother with her." "That's well," I answered. "That looks all right." "Oh, yes. She's quite presentable, has the manners of a lady whenever she chooses. But the chief point is this. She laid her letters every day on the table in the passage outside her door for post, laid them all in a row, so that when one claimed one's own one couldn't help seeing them." "Well, that was open and above board," I continued, beginning to fear we'd hastily misjudged Miss Sissy Montague. "Very open, too much so in fact, for I was oh, it's so jolly non-committing, she says. I only wish that beastly old bore C were at Halifax, which is where he comes from, and then I would fly at once to my own dear Reggie. But hang it all, Reggie boy, what's the good of true love if you haven't got the dips? I must have my comforts. Love in a cottage is all very well in its way, but who's to pay for the fizz, Reggie? That's her refinement, don't you see? Sissy's awfully refined. She was brought up with the tastes and habits of a lady. Clearly so, I answered. Both her literary style and her liking for champagne abundantly demonstrate it. His acute sense of humor did not enable him to detect the irony of my observation. I doubt if it extended much beyond oyster shells. He handed me the letter. I read it through with equal amusement and gratification. If Miss Sissy had written it on purpose in order to open Cecil Holsworthy's eyes, she couldn't have managed the matter better or more effectually. It breathed ardent love, tempered by a determination to sell her charms in the best and highest matrimonial market. Now, I know this man C, I said when I had finished, and I want to ask whether you will let me show him Miss Montague's letter. It would set him against the girl, who, as a matter of fact, is wholly totally unfitted for him. Let you show it to him? Like a bird. Why, Sissy promised me herself that if she couldn't bring that solemn ass C up to the scratch by Christmas, she'd chuck him and marry me. It's here in writing. And he handed me another gem of epistolary literature. You have no compunctions? I asked again after reading it. Not a blessed compunction to my name. Then neither have I answered. I felt they both deserved it. Sissy was a minx, as Hilda rightly judged, while as for Nettlecraft, well, if a public school and an English university leave a man a cad he will be, and there is nothing more to be said about it. I went straight off with the letters to Cecil Holsworthy. He read them through half incredulously at first. He was too honest-natured himself to believe in the possibility of such double-dealing, that one could have innocent eyes and golden hair and yet be a trickster. He read them twice, then he compared them word for word with the simple affection and childlike tone of his own last letter received from the same lady. Her versatility of style would have done honor to a practiced literary craftsman. At last he handed them back to me. Do you think, he said, on the evidence of these, I should be doing wrong in breaking with her? Wrong in breaking with her? I exclaimed. You would be doing wrong if you didn't. Wrong to yourself, wrong to your family, beside me, though I ought not to have discussed them at their own table. Hugo Legate seems to have made an excellent choice, I murmured. Mace and Etty will be lucky indeed to be taken care of by such a competent stepmother. Don't you think so? My witch glanced up at her hostess with a piercing dart of the keen brown eyes, held her wine-glass half raised, and then electrified me by uttering in the same low voice, audible to me alone, but quite clearly and unhesitatingly, these astounding words: I think before 12 months are out, Mr. Legate will have murdered her. For a minute I could not answer, so startling was the effect of this confident prediction. One does not expect to be told such things at lunch, over the port and peaches, about one's dearest friends, beside their own mahogany. And the assured air of unfaltering conviction with which Hilda Wade said it to a complete stranger took my breath away. Why did she think so at all? And if she thought so, why choose me as the recipient of her singular confidences? I gasped and wondered. What makes you fancy anything so unlikely? I asked aside at last, behind the babel of voices. You quite alarm me. She rolled a mouthful of apricot ice reflectively on her tongue, and then murmured in a similar aside, Don't ask me now. Some other time will do. but I mean what I say. Believe me, I do not speak at random." She was quite right, of course. To continue would have been equally rude and foolish. I had perforce to bottle up my curiosity for the moment and wait till my Sybil was in the mood for interpreting. After lunch we adjourned to the drawing room. Almost at once Hilda Wade flitted up with her brisk step to the corner where I was sitting. "Oh, Dr. Cumberledge," she began, as if nothing odd had occurred before, "I was so glad to meet you and have a chance of talking to you, because I do so want to get a nurse's place at St. Nathaniel's." "A nurse's place!" I exclaimed, a little surprised, surveying her dress of palest and softest Indian muslin, for she looked to me far too much of a butterfly for such serious work. "Do you really mean it, or are you one of the 10,000 modern young ladies who are in quest of a mission, without understanding that missions are unpleasant? Nursing, I can tell you, is not all crimped cap and becoming uniform." "I know that," she answered, growing grave. "I ought to know it. I am a nurse already at St. George's Hospital." "You are a nurse, and at St. George's, yet you want to change to Nathaniel's. Why? St. George's is in a much nicer part of London, and the patients there come on an average from a much better." "Not surely in ours. Gentlemen do not knock down their wives and kick their teeth out." My Sybil smiled. "No, their class tells," she admitted. "They take longer about it, and suffer more provocation. They curb their tempers, but in the end, one day, they are goaded beyond endurance, and then a convenient knife, a rusty old sword, a pair of scissors, anything that comes handy, like that dagger this morning, one wild blow, half unpremeditated, and the thing is done. 12 good men and true will find it wilful murder." I felt really perturbed. "But can we do nothing," I cried, "to warn poor Hugo?" "Nothing, I fear," she answered. "After all, character must work itself out in its interactions with character. He has married that woman, and he must take the consequences. Does not each of us in life suffer perforce the nemesis of his own temperament?" "Then is there not also a type of men who assault their wives?" "That is the odd part of it. No. All kinds, good and bad, quick and slow, can be driven to it at last. The quick tempered stab or kick, the slow devise some deliberate means of ridding themselves of their burden." "But surely we might caution Legate of his danger." "It is useless. He would not believe us. We cannot be at his elbow to hold back his hand when the bad moment comes. Nobody will be there, as a matter of fact, for women of this temperament, born naggers, in short, since that's what it comes to, when they are also ladies, graceful and gracious as she is, never nag at all before outsiders. To the world they are bland. Everybody says, 'What charming talkers!' They are angels abroad, devils at home, as the proverb puts it. Some night she will provoke him, when they are alone, till she has reached his utmost limit of endurance, and then," she drew one hand across her dove-like throat, "it will be all finished." "You think so?" "I'm sure of it. We human beings go straight like sheep to our natural destiny." "But that is fatalism." "No, not fatalism. Insight into temperament. Fatalists believe that your life is arranged for you beforehand from without, willy-nilly. You must act so." "I only believe that in this jostling world your life is mostly determined by your own character, in its interaction with the characters of those who surround you. Temperament works itself out. It is your own acts and deeds that make up fate for you." For some months after this meeting, neither Hilda Wade nor I saw anything more of. Never even to me was he disloyal to Clara. I encouraged him in the idea. He went on to say that the great difficulty in the way was Clara. She was so conscientious. She thought it her duty to look after the children herself, and couldn't bear to delegate any part of that duty to others. Besides, she had such an excellent opinion of the Kensington High School. When I told Hilda Wade of this, she set her teeth together and answered at once: "That settles it. The end is very near. He will insist upon their going, to save them from that woman's ruthless kindness, and she will refuse to give up any part of what she calls her duty. He will reason with her. He will plead for his children. She will be adamant. Not angry. It is never the way of the temperament to get angry. Just calmly, sedately, and insupportably provoking. When she goes too far he will flare up at last. Some taunt will rouse him. The explosion will come, and the children will go to their Aunt Lena, whom they dote upon. When all is said and done, it is the poor man I pity." "You said within 12 months?" "That was a bow drawn at a venture. It may be a little sooner, it may be a little later, but next week or next month. It is coming, it is coming." June smiled upon us once more, and on the afternoon of the 13th, the anniversary of our first lunch together at the Legates, I was up at my work in the accident ward at St. Nathaniel's. "Well, the Ediths of June have come, Sister Wade," I said, when I met her, parodying Caesar. "But not yet gone," she answered, and a profound sense of foreboding spread over her speaking face as she uttered the words. Her oracle disquieted me. "Why, I dined there last night," I cried, "and all seemed exceptionally well." "The calm before the storm, perhaps," she murmured. Just at that moment I heard a boy crying in the street, "Pall Mall Gazette, 'Year Special Edition. Shocking tragedy at the West End. Awful murder. 'Year Special Globe. Pall Mall Extra Special.'" A weird tremor broke over me. I walked down into the street and bought the paper. There it stared me in the face on the middle page: "Tragedy at Campden Hill. Well-known barrister murders his wife. Sensational details." I looked closer and read. It was as I feared. The Legates. After I left their house the night before, husband and wife must have quarreled, no doubt over the question of the children's schooling, and at some provoking word, as it seemed, Hugo must have snatched up a knife, a little ornamental, nor no time to see it. "Dr. Sebastian has viewed it by my wish. He has been so kind, and he will be present at representing the family at the post mortem. He notes that the wound was inflicted with a dagger, a small ornamental Norwegian dagger, which always lay, as I know, on the little whatnot by the blue sofa." I nodded assent. "Exactly. I have seen it there." "It was blunt and rusty, a mere toy knife. Not at all the sort of weapon a man would make use of who designed to commit a deliberate murder. The crime, if there was a crime, which we do not admit, must therefore have been wholly unpremeditated." I bowed my head. For us who knew Hugo that goes without saying. She leaned forward eagerly. "Dr. Sebastian has pointed out to me a line of defense which would probably succeed if we could only induce poor Hugo to adopt it. He has examined the blade and scabbard and finds that the dagger fits its sheath very tight, so that it can only be withdrawn with considerable violence. The blade sticks." I nodded again. "It needs a hard pull to wrench it out. He has also inspected the wound, and assures me its character is such that it might have been self-inflicted." She paused now and again, and brought out her words with difficulty. "Self-inflicted, he suggests. Therefore That this may have happened, it is admitted, will be admitted. The servants overheard it. We can make no reservation there. A difference of opinion, an altercation even took place between Hugo and Clara that evening?" She started suddenly. "Why, it was only last night. It seems like ages. An altercation about the children's schooling. Clara held strong views on the subject of the children." Her eyes blinked hard. "Which Hugo did not share. We throw out the hint, then, that Clara, during the course of the dispute, we must call it a dispute, accidentally took up this dagger and toyed with it. You know her habit of toying when she had no knitting or needlework. In the course of playing with it, we suggest, she tried to pull the knife out of its sheath, failed, held it up so, point upward, pulled again, pulled harder, with a jerk. At last the sheath came off. The dagger sprang up. It wounded Clara fatally. Hugo, knowing that they had disagreed, knowing that the servants had heard, and seeing her fall suddenly dead before him, was seized with horror, the legate impulsiveness, lost his head, rushed out, fancied the accident would be mistaken for murder. But why? A Q.C., don't you know? Recently married, most attached to his wife. It is plausible, isn't it?" "So plausible," I answered, looking it straight in the face, "that it has but one weak point for Bideford, where she could be within easy reach of me in order to hear of my success or failure, while Hilda Wade, whose summer vacation was to have begun in 2 days' time, offered to ask for an extra day's leave so as to accompany her. The broken hearted sister accepted the offer, and, secrecy being above all things necessary, we set off by different routes, the two women by Waterloo, myself by Paddington. We stopped that night at different hotels in Bideford, but next morning Hilda rode out on her bicycle, and accompanied me on mine for a mile or two along the tortuous way towards Hartland. "Take nothing for granted," she said as we parted, "and be prepared to find poor Hugo Legate's appearance greatly changed. He has eluded the police and their clues so far. Therefore, I imagine, he must have largely altered his dress and exterior." "I will find him," I answered, "if he is anywhere within 20 miles of Hartland." She waved her hand to me in farewell. I rode on after she left me towards the high promontory in front, the wildest and least visited part of North Devon. Torrents of rain had fallen during the night. The slimy cart ruts and cattle tracks on the moor were brimming with water. It was a lowering day. The clouds drifted low. Black peat bogs filled the hollows. Gray stone homesteads, lonely and forbidding, stood out here and there against the curved skyline. Even the high road was uneven and in places flooded. For an hour I passed hardly a soul. At last, near a crossroad with a defaced finger post, I descended from my machine and consulted my ordnance map, on which Mrs. Mallet had marked ominously, with a cross of red ink, the exact position of the little fishing hamlet where Hugo used to spend his holidays. I took the turning which seemed to me most likely to lead to it, but the tracks were so confused, and the run of the lanes so uncertain, let alone the map being some years out of date, that I soon felt I had lost my bearings. By a little wayside inn, half hidden in a deep combe, with bog on every side, I descended and asked for a bottle of ginger beer, for the day was hot and close, in spite of the packed clouds. As they were opening the bottle, I inquired casually the way to the Red Gap bathing place. The landlord gave me directions which confused me worse than ever, ending at last with the concise remark, "And then through or 3 more turns to the right and to the left 'ull bring ye right up alongside o't." I despaired of finding the way by these unintelligible sailing orders, but just at that moment, as luck would have it, another cyclist flew past, the first soul I had seen on the road that morning. He was husband, such a charming young wife, and such a devoted stepmother. We three alone knew. We three and the children. On the day when the jury brought in their verdict at the adjourned inquest on Mrs. Legate, Hilda Wade stood in the room, trembling and white-faced, awaiting their decision. When the foreman uttered the words, "Death by misadventure," she burst into tears of relief. "He did well," she cried to me passionately. "He did well, that poor father. He placed his life in the hands of his Maker, asking only for mercy to his innocent children. And mercy has been shown to him and to them. He was taken gently in the way he wished. It would have broken my heart for those two poor girls if the verdict had gone otherwise. He knew how terrible a lot it is to be called a murderer's daughter." I did not realize at the time with what profound depth of personal feeling she said it. End of chapter 4, part 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose, by Grant Allen. Chapter 5, Part 1. The episode of the needle that did not match. "Sebastian is a great man," I said to Hilda Wade, as I sat one afternoon over a cup of tea she had brewed for me in her own little sitting room. It is one of the elevations of an hospital doctor's lot that he may drink tea now and again with a sister of his ward. Whatever else you choose to think of him, you must admit he is a very great man. I admired our famous professor, and I admired Hilda Wade. It was a matter of regret to me that my two admirations did not seem in return sufficiently to admire one another. "Oh, yes," Hilda answered, pouring out my second cup. "He is a very great man. I never denied that. The greatest man on the whole, I think, that I have ever come across." "And he has done splendid work for humanity," I went on, growing enthusiastic. "Splendid work, yes, splendid. 2 lumps, I believe. He has done more, I admit, for medical science than any other man I ever met." I gazed at her with a curious glance. "Then why, dear lady, do you keep telling me he's cruel?" I inquired, toasting my feet on the fender. "It seems contradictory." She passed me the muffins and smiled in his calm, clear tone, very low to Hilda. "So now we understand one another, Nurse Wade," he said with a significant sneer. "I know whom I have to deal with." "And I know too," Hilda answered in a voice of placid confidence. "Yet you are not afraid?" "It is not I who have cause to fear. The accused may tremble, not the prosecutor." "What, you threaten?" "No, I do not threaten. Not in words, I mean. My presence here is in itself a threat, but I make no other. You know now, unfortunately, why I have come. That makes my task harder, but I will not give it up. I will wait and conquer." Sebastian answered nothing. He strode into the laboratory alone, tall, grim, unbending, and let himself sink into his easy chair, looking up with a singular and somewhat sinister smile at his bottles of microbes. After a minute he stirred the fire and bent his head forward, brooding. He held it between his hands, with his elbows on his knees, and gazed moodily straight before him into the glowing caves of white hot coal in the fireplace. That sinister smile still played lambent around the corners of his grizzled moustaches. I moved noiselessly towards the door, trying to pass behind him unnoticed. But alert as ever, his quick ears detected me. With a sudden start he raised his head and glanced round. "What, you here?" he cried, taken aback. For a second he appeared almost to lose his self possession. "I came for my clinical," I answered, with an unconcerned air. "I have somehow managed to mislay it in the laboratory." My carefully casual tone seemed to reassure him. He peered about him with knit brows. "Cumberledge," he asked at last in a suspicious voice, "did you hear that woman?" "The woman in 93? Delirious?" "No, no, Nurse Wade." "Hear her?" I echoed, I must candidly admit, with intent to deceive. "When she broke the basin?" His forehead relaxed. "Oh, it is nothing," he muttered hastily, "a mere point of discipline. She spoke to me just now, and I thought her tone unbecoming in a subordinate, like Cora and his crew. She takes too much upon her. We must get rid of her, Cumberledge. We must get rid of her. She is a dangerous woman." "She is the most intelligent nurse we have ever had in the place, sir," I objected stoutly. He nodded his head twice. "Intelligent, je vous l'accorde, but dangerous, dangerous." Then he turned to his papers, sorting them out one by one with a preoccupied face and twitching fingers. But minutely, and so serve his purpose. "Which was?" "Try the needle and judge for yourself. I prefer you should find out. You can tell me tomorrow." "It was quick of you to detect it," I cried, still turning the suspicious object over. "The difference is so slight." "Yes, but you tell me my eyes are as sharp as the needle. Besides, I had reason to doubt, and Sebastian himself gave me the clue by selecting his instrument with too great deliberation. He had put it there with the rest, but it lay a little apart, and as he picked it up gingerly, I began to doubt. When I saw the blue gleam, my doubt was at once converted into certainty. Then his eyes, too, had the look which I know means victory. Benign or baleful, it goes with his triumphs. I have seen that look before, and when once it lurks scintillating in the luminous depths of his gleaming eyeballs, I recognize at once that, whatever his aim, he has succeeded in it. Still, Hilda, I am loth." She waved her hand impatiently. "Waste no time," she cried in an authoritative voice. "If you happen to let that needle rub carelessly against the sleeve of your coat, you may destroy the evidence. Take it at once to your room, plunge it into a culture, and lock it up safe at a proper temperature, where Sebastian cannot get at it till the consequences develop." I did as she bid me. By this time I was not wholly unprepared for the result she anticipated. My belief in Sebastian had sunk to zero, and was rapidly reaching a negative quantity. At 9 the next morning I tested one drop of the culture under the microscope. Clear and limpid to the naked eye, it was alive with small objects of a most suspicious nature. When properly magnified, I knew those hungry forms. Still, I would not decide offhand on my own authority in a matter of such moment. Sebastian's character was at stake, the character of the man who led the profession. I called in Callaghan, who happened to be in the ward, and asked him to put his eye to the instrument for a moment. He was a splendid fellow for the use of high powers, and I had magnified the culture 300 diameters. "What do you call those?" I asked, breathless. He scanned them carefully with his experienced eye. "Is it the microbes ye mean?" he answered. "And what 'ud they be then, if it wasn't the bacillus of Piemia?" "Blood poisoning!" I ejaculated, horror struck. "Aye, blood poisoning, that's the English of it." I assumed an air of indifference. "I made them that myself," I rejoined, as if they were mere ordinary experimental germs, "but I wanted confirmation of my own opinion." "You're sure of the bacillus?" "And haven't I been keeping swarms of those very same bacteria under close observation for Sebastian?" "She must have gone to Wales then." I had her own authority for saying so. And yet Wales! Wales! I pulled myself up with a jerk. In that case, how did she come to be passing by Basingstoke? Was the postmark a blind? Had she hired someone to take the letter somewhere for her on purpose to put me off on a false track? I could hardly think so. Besides, the time was against it. I saw Hilda at Nathaniel's in the morning, the very same evening I received the envelope with the Basingstoke postmark. If I were in his place. Yes, true, but now I come to think on it, were the positions really parallel? Hilda was not flying for her life from justice. She was only endeavoring to escape Sebastian and myself. The instances she had quoted of the mountaineer's curious homing instinct, the wild yearning he feels at moments of great straits to bury himself among the nooks of his native hills, were they not all instances of murderers pursued by the police? It was abject terror that drove these men to their burrows. But Hilda was not a murderer. She was not dogged by remorse, despair, or the myrmidons of the law. It was murder she was avoiding, not the punishment of murder. That made, of course, an obvious difference. Irrevocably far from London, she said, Wales is a suburb. I gave up the idea that it was likely to prove her place of refuge from the two men she was bent on escaping. Hong Kong, after all, seemed more probable than Llanberis. That first failure gave me a clue, however, as to the best way of applying Hilda's own methods. What would such a person do under the circumstances? That was her way of putting the question. Clearly, then, I must first decide what were the circumstances. Was Sebastian speaking the truth? Was Hilda Wade, or was she not, the daughter of the supposed murderer, Dr. York Bannerman? I looked up as much of the case as I could, in unobtrusive ways, among the old law reports, and found that the barrister who had had charge of the defence was my father's old friend, Mr. Horace Mayfield, a man of elegant tastes, and the means to gratify them. I went to call on him on Sunday evening at his artistically luxurious house in Onslow Gardens. A sedate footman answered the bell. Fortunately, Mr. Mayfield was at home, and, what is rarer, disengaged. You do not always find a successful Q.C. at his ease among his books, beneath the electric light, ready to give up a vacant hour to friendly colloquy. "Remember York Bannerman's case?" he said, a huge smile breaking slowly like a wave over his genial fat face. Horace Mayfield resembles a great good-humoured toad, with bland manners and a capacious double-chin sarcasm. However, I went to bed and slept on it. Next morning I determined to set out for Southampton on a tour of inquiry to all the steamboat agencies. If that failed, I could go on to Plymouth. But, as chance would have it, the morning post brought me an unexpected letter, which helped me not a little in unravelling the problem. It was a crumpled letter, written on rather soiled paper, in an uneducated hand, and it bore, like Hilda's, the Basingstoke postmark. "Charlotte Chertwood sends her duty to Dr. Cambridge," it said, with somewhat uncertain spelling, "and I am very sorry that I was not able to post the letter to you in London as the lady asked me, but after her train had left, as I was stepping into mine, the Indian started, and I was knocked down and badly hurt, and the lady gave me a half sovereign to post it in London as soon as I got there, but being unable to do so, I now return it, dear sir, not knowing the lady's name and address, she having trusted me through seeing me on the platform, and perhaps you can send it back to her, and was very sorry I could not post it where she asked me, but time being an object, put it in the box in Basingstoke station, and now enclose post office order for 10 shillings, which, dear sir, kindly let the young lady have from your obedient servant, Charlotte Chertwood." In the corner was the address: 11 Chubb's Cottages, Basingstoke. The happy accident of this letter advanced things for me greatly, though it also made me feel how dependent I was upon happy accidents, where Hilda would have guessed right at once by mere knowledge of character. Still, the letter explained many things which had hitherto puzzled me. I had felt not a little surprised that Hilda, wishing to withdraw from me and leave no traces, should have sent off her farewell letter from Basingstoke, so as to let me see at once in what direction she was travelling. Nay, I even wondered at times whether she had really posted it herself at Basingstoke, or given it to somebody who chanced to be going there to post for her as a blind. But I did not think she would deliberately deceive me, and, in my opinion, to get a letter posted at Basingstoke would be deliberate deception, while to get it posted in London was mere vague precaution. I understood now that she had written it in the train, and then picked out a likely person as she passed to take it to Waterloo for her. End of chapter 6, part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Feels and believes it is useless. That surely is the first clause in a doctor's or a nurse's rubric. But why didn't you want me to come? I persisted. Why fight against your own heart, Hilda? I'm sure, I know you love me. Her bosom rose and fell, her eyes dilated. Love you? She cried, looking away over the bushy ridges as if afraid to trust herself. Oh, yes, Hubert, I love you. It is not for that I wish to avoid you, or rather, it is just because of that. I cannot endure to spoil your life by a fruitless affection. Why fruitless? I asked, leaning forward. She crossed her hands resignedly. You know all by this time, she answered. Sebastian would tell you, of course, when you went to announce that you were leaving Nathaniel's. He could not do otherwise. It is the outcome of his temperament, an integral part of his nature. Hilda, I cried, you are a witch. How could you know that? I can't imagine. She smiled her restrained Chaldean smile. Because I know Sebastian, she answered quietly. I can read that man to the core. He is simple as a book. His composition is plain, straightforward, quite natural, uniform. There are no twists and turns in him. Once learn the key and it discloses everything like an open sesame. He has a gigantic intellect, a burning thirst for knowledge, one love, one hobby, science, and no moral instincts. He goes straight for his ends, and whatever comes in his way, she dug her little heel in the brown soil, he tramples on it as ruthlessly as a child will trample on a worm or a beetle. And yet, I said, he is so great. Yes, great, I grant you, but the easiest character to unravel that I have ever met. It is calm, austere, unbending, yet not in the least degree complex. He has the impassioned temperament, pushed to its highest pitch, the temperament that runs deep, with irresistible force, but the passion that inspires him, that carries him away headlong, as love carries some men, is a rare and abstract one, the passion of science. I gazed at her as she spoke with a feeling akin to awe. It must destroy the plot interest of life for you, Hilda, I cried out there in the vast void of that wild African plateau, to foresee so well what each person will do, how each will act under such given circumstances. She pulled a bent of grass and plucked off its dry spikelets one by one. Perhaps so, she answered after a meditative pause, though, of course, all natures are not equally simple. Only with great souls can you be sure beforehand like that, for good or for evil. It is essential to anything worth calling character, is such as one expects to find in an incomprehensible English. Mrs. Klaas put up with me because she liked Hilda. We spent some months together on Klaas's farm. It was a dreary place, save for Hilda. The bare daub and wattle walls, the clumps of misshapen and dusty prickly pears that girt round the thatched huts of the Kaffir workpeople, the stone-penned sheep kraals, and the corrugated iron roof of the bald stable for the wagon oxen, all was crude and ugly as a new country can make things. It seemed to me a desecration that Hilda should live in such an unfinished land. Hilda, whom I imagined as moving by nature through broad English parks with Elizabethan cottages and immemorial oaks. Hilda, whose proper atmosphere seemed to be one of coffee-colored laces, ivy-clad abbeys, lichen-encrusted walls, all that is beautiful and gracious in time-honored civilizations. Nevertheless, we lived on there in a meaningless sort of way. I hardly knew why. To me it was a puzzle. When I asked Hilda, she shook her head with her sibylline air and answered confidentially, "You do not understand Sebastian as well as I do. We have to wait for him. The next move is his. Till he plays his piece, I cannot tell how I may have to checkmate him." So we waited for Sebastian to advance a pawn. Meanwhile, I toyed with South African farming, not very successfully, I must admit. Nature did not design me for growing oats. I am no judge of oxen, and my views on the feeding of Kaffir sheep raised broad smiles on the black faces of my Mashona laborers. I still lodged at Tant Metty's, as everybody called Mrs. Klaas. She was courtesy aunt to the community at large, while Jan Willem was its courtesy uncle. They were simple, homely folk, who lived up to their religious principles on an unvaried diet of stewed ox beef and bread. They suffered much from chronic dyspepsia, due in part, at least, no doubt, to the monotony of their food, their life, their interests. One could hardly believe one was still in the 19th century. These people had the calm, the local seclusion of the prehistoric epoch. For them, Europe did not exist. They knew it merely as a place where settlers came from. What the Tsar intended, what the Kaiser designed, never disturbed their rest. A sick ox, a rattling tile on the roof, meant more to their lives than war in Europe. The one break in the sameness of their daily routine was family prayers, the one weekly event, going to church at Salisbury. Still, they had a single enthusiasm. Like everybody else for 50 miles around, they believed profoundly in the future of Rhodesia. When I gazed about me at the raw new land, the weary flat of red soil and brown grasses, I was with my long day's work, I jumped into my saddle. I saw I should only lose time if I disputed about the baby. My little horse seemed to understand that something grave had occurred, for weary as she must have been, she set out with a will once more over that great red level. Hilda pedaled bravely by my side. The road was bumpy, but she was well accustomed to it. I could have ridden faster than she went, for the baby waited her. Still, we rode for dear life. It was a grim experience. All round by this time the horizon was dim with clouds of black smoke, which went up from burning farms and plundered homesteads. The smoke did not rise high, it hung sullenly over the hot plain in long smouldering masses, like the smoke of steamers on foggy days in England. The sun was nearing the horizon. His slant red rays lighted up the red plain, the red sand, the brown red grasses, with a murky spectral glow of crimson. After those red pools of blood, this universal burst of redness appalled one. It seemed as though all nature had conspired in one unholy league with the Matabele. We rode on without a word. The red sky grew redder. "They may have sacked Salisbury," I exclaimed at last, looking out towards the brand new town. "I doubt it," Hilda answered. Her very doubt reassured me. We began to mount a long slope. Hilda pedaled with difficulty. Not a sound was heard save the light fall of my pony's feet on the soft new road, and the shrill cry of the cicalas. Then suddenly we started. What was the noise in our rear? Once, twice it rang out, the loud ping of a rifle. Looking behind us, we saw 8 or 10 mounted Matabele. Stalwart warriors they were, half naked and riding stolen horses. They were coming our way. They had seen us. They were pursuing us. "Put on all speed!" I cried in my agony. "Hilda, can you manage it?" She pedaled with a will, but as we mounted the slope, I saw they were gaining upon us. A few hundred yards were all our start. They had the descent of the opposite hill as yet in their favor. One man, astride on a better horse than the rest, galloped on in front and came within range of us. He had a rifle in his hand. He pointed it twice and covered us. But he did not shoot. Hilda gave a cry of relief. "Don't you see?" she exclaimed. "It is Jan Wilhelm's rifle. That was their last cartridge. They have no more ammunition." I saw she was probably right, for Klaas was out of cartridges and was waiting for my new stock to arrive from England. If that were correct, they must get near enough to attack us with assegais. They are more dangerous so. I remembered what an old Boer had said to me at Bulawayo. The Matabele revolt was one such moment. In a conflict of race we must back our own color. I do not know whether the natives were justified in rising or not. Most likely, yes, for we had stolen their country. But when once they rose, when the security of white women depended upon repelling them, I felt I had no alternative. For Hilda's sake, for the sake of every woman and child in Salisbury and in all Rhodesia, I was bound to bear my part in restoring order. For the immediate future, it is true, we were safe enough in the little town, but we did not know how far the revolt might have spread. We could not tell what had happened at Charter, at Bulawayo, at the outlying stations. The Matabele perhaps had risen in force over the whole vast area which was once Lobengwala's country. If so, their first object would certainly be to cut us off from communication with the main body of English settlers at Bulawayo. "I trust to you, Hilda," I said on the day after the massacre at Klaas's, "to divine for us where these savages are next likely to attack us." She cooed at the motherless baby, raising one bent finger, and then turned to me with a white smile. "Then you ask too much of me," she answered. "Just think what a correct answer would imply. First, a knowledge of these savages' character. Next, a knowledge of their mode of fighting. Can't you see that only a person who possessed my trick of intuition, and who had also spent years in warfare among the Matabele, would be really able to answer your question?" "And yet such questions have been answered before now by people far less intuitive than you," I went on. "Why, I've read somewhere how, when the war between Napoleon I and the Prussians broke out in 1806, Jomini predicted that the decisive battle of the campaign would be fought near Jena, and near Jena it was fought. Are not you better than many Jominis?" Hilda tickled the baby's cheek. "Smile, then, baby, smile," she said, pouncing one soft finger on a gathering dimple. "And who was your friend Jomini?" "The greatest military critic and tactician of his age," I answered. "One of Napoleon's generals. I fancy he wrote a book, don't you know, a book on war, Des Grandes Opérations Militaires, or something of that sort." "Well, there you are then. That's just it. Your Jomini, or Omini, or whatever you call him, not only understood Napoleon's temperament, but understood war and understood tactics. It was all a question of the lie of the land, and strategy, and so forth. If I had been asked, I could never have answered a quarter as well as Jomini Piccolomini, noiseless tread, and a capacity for crawling through holes in hedges which may perhaps be useful." He glanced inquiry at Doolittle, who was a shorter and stouter man with the knack of getting over obstacles by sheer forcefulness. Hands and knees, he said abruptly in the imperative mood, pointing to a clump of dry grass with thorny bushes ringed about it. I went down on my hands and knees, and threaded my way through the long grasses and matted boughs as noiselessly as I could. The two old hands watched me. When I emerged several yards off, much to their surprise, Colebrook turned to Doolittle. "Might answer," he said curtly. "Major says choose your own men. Anyhow, if they catch him, nobody's fault but his. Wants to go? We'll do it." We set out through the long grass together, walking erect at first, till we had got some distance from the lager, and then creeping as the Matabele themselves creep, without displacing the grass flowers, for a mere wave on top would have betrayed us at once to the quick eyes of those observant savages. We crept on for a mile or so. At last Colebrook turned to me, one finger on his lips. His ferret eyes gleamed. We were approaching a wooded hill, all interspersed with boulders. "Kaffirs here," he whispered low, as if he knew by instinct. How he knew, I cannot tell. He seemed almost to scent them. End of chapter 8, part 1, read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose by Grant Allen. Chapter 8, Part 2. We stole on farther, going more furtively than ever now. I could notice by this time that there were wagons in front, and could hear men speaking in them. I wanted to proceed, but Colebrook held up one warning hand. "Won't do," he said shortly in a low tone. "Only myself. Danger ahead. Stop here and wait for me." Doolittle and myself waited. Colebrook kept on cautiously, squirming his long body in sinuous waves, like a lizard's, through the grass, and was soon lost to us. No snake could have been lither. We waited with ears intent. 1 minute, 2 minutes, many minutes passed. We could catch the voices of the Kaffirs in the bush all round. They were speaking freely, but what they said I did not know, as I had picked up only a very few words of the Matabele language. It seemed hours while we waited, still as mice in our ambush, and alert, and rising now and again where the runs opened out onto the air for a moment. The spoor was doubtful and the tunnels tortuous. I felt the ground from time to time, but could not be sure of the tracks with my fingers. I was not a trained scout like Colebrook or Doolittle. We wriggled deeper into the tangle. Something stirred once or twice. It was not far from me. I was uncertain whether it was him, Sebastian, or a Kaffir earth hog, the animal which seemed likeliest to have made the burrows. Was he going to elude us even now? Would he turn upon us with a knife? If so, could we hold him? At last, when we had pushed our way some distance in, we heard a wild cry from outside. It was Doolittle's voice. "Quick, quick, out again! The man will escape! He has come back on his tracks and rounded." I saw our mistake at once. We had left our companion out there alone, rendered helpless by the care of all 3 horses. Colebrook said never a word. He was a man of action. He turned with instinctive haste, and followed our spoor back again with his hands and knees to the opening in the thicket by which we had first entered. Before we could reach it, however, 2 shots rang out clear in the direction where we had left poor Doolittle and the horses. Then a sharp cry broke the stillness, the cry of a wounded man. We redoubled our pace. We knew we were outwitted. When we reached the open, we saw at once by the uncertain light what had happened. The fugitive was riding away on my own little sorrel, riding for dear life, not back the way we came from Salisbury, but sideways across the veldt towards Chimoio and the Portuguese seaports. The other two horses, riderless and terrified, were scampering with loose heels over the dark plain. Doolittle was not to be seen. He lay a black lump among the black bushes about him. We looked around for him and found him. He was severely, I may even say dangerously wounded. The bullet had lodged in his right side. We had to catch our two horses and ride them back with our wounded man, leading the fugitive's mare in tow, all blown and breathless. I stuck to the fugitive's mare. It was the one clue we had now against him. But Sebastian, if it was Sebastian, had ridden off scot-free. I understood his game at a glance. He had got the better of us once more. He would make for the coast by the nearest road, give himself out as a settler escaped from the massacre, and catch the next ship for England or the Cape. Now this coup had failed him. Doolittle had not seen the traitor's face. The man rose from the bush, his head, shot him, seized the pony, and rode off in a second with ruthless haste. He was tall and thin but erect. That was all the wounded scout could tell us about his assailant. And that was not enough to identify Sebastian. All danger was over. At least assert your exclusiveness negatively by declining to associate with a mere multitude. Now, Hilda, that is the first time I have ever known you to show any feminine ill nature. Ill nature? Not at all. I am merely trying to arrive at the lady's character for my own guidance. I rather like her, poor little thing. Don't I tell you she will do? So far from objecting to her, I mean to go the round of India with her. You have decided quickly. Well, you see, if you insist upon accompanying me, I must have a chaperon, and Lady Meadowcraft will do as well as anybody else. In fact, being beladed, she will do a little better, from the point of view of society, though that is a detail. The great matter is to fix upon a possible chaperon at once, and get her well in hand before we arrive at Bombay. But she seems so complaining, I interposed. I'm afraid if you take her on, you'll get terribly bored with her. If she takes me on, you mean? She's not a lady's maid, though I intend to go with her. And she may as well give in first as last, for I'm going. Now see how nice I am to you, sir. I've provided you, too, with a post in her suite, as you will come with me. No, never mind asking me what it is just yet. All things come to him who waits, and if you will only accept the post of waiter, I mean all things to come to you." "All things, Hilda?" I asked meaningly, with a little tremor of delight. She looked at me with a sudden passing tenderness in her eyes. "Yes, all things, Hubert, all things. But we mustn't talk of that, though I begin to see my way clearer now. You shall be rewarded for your constancy at last, dear knight errant. As to my chaperon, I am not afraid of her boring me. She bores herself, poor lady. One can see that, just to look at her. But she will be much less bored if she has us two to travel with. What she needs is constant companionship, bright talk, excitement. She has come away from London, where she swims with the crowd. She has no resources of her own, no work, no head, no interests. Accustomed to a whirl of foolish gaieties, she wearies her small brain, thrown back upon herself. She bores herself at once, because she has nothing interesting to tell herself. She absolutely requires somebody else to interest her. She can't even amuse herself with a book for 3 minutes together. See, she has a yellow-backed French novel now, and she is only able to read 5 lines at a time. Then she gets tired and glances about her listlessly. What she wants is someone gay laid on to divert her all the time from her own inanity." "Hilda, how wonderful!" he asked, astonished. "The ship carries a surgeon," I replied in my most precise tone. "He is a duly qualified gentleman, very able in his profession, and he ought to inspire your wife with confidence. I regard this vessel as Dr. Boyel's practice, and all on board it as virtually his patients." Sir Ivor's face fell. But Lady Meadowcroft is not at all well, he answered, looking piteous, and she can't endure the ship's doctor, such a common man, you know. His loud voice disturbs her. You must have noticed that my wife is a lady of exceptionally delicate nervous organization. He hesitated, beamed on me, and played his trump card. She dislikes being attended by aught but a gentleman. If a gentleman is also a medical man, I answered, his sense of duty toward his brother practitioners would of course prevent him from interfering in their proper sphere, or putting upon them the unmerited slight of letting them see him preferred before them. Then you positively refuse? He asked wistfully, drawing back. I could see he stood in a certain dread of that imperious little woman. I conceded a point. I will go down in 20 minutes, I admitted, looking grave. Not just now, lest I annoy my colleague, and I will glance at Lady Meadowcroft in an unprofessional way. If I think her case demands treatment, I will tell Dr. Boyle. And I returned to the smoking room and took up a novel. 20 minutes later, I knocked at the door of the lady's private cabin, with my best bedside manner in full play. As I suspected, she was nervous, nothing more. My mere smile reassured her. I observed that she held her thumb fast, doubled under in her fist, all the time I was questioning her, as Hilda had said. And I also noticed that the fingers closed about it convulsively at first, but gradually relaxed as my voice restored confidence. She thanked me profusely, and was really grateful. On deck next day she was very communicative. They were going to make the regular tour first, she said, but were to go on to the Tibetan frontier at the end, where Sir Ivor had a contract to construct a railway in a very wild region. Tigers? Natives? Oh, she didn't mind either of them, but she was told that that district, what did they call it, the Terai or something, was terribly unwholesome. Fever was what you may call it there, yes. Endemic, that was the word. Oh, thank you, Dr. Cumberledge. She hated the very name of fever. Now you, Miss Wade, I suppose, with an awe-struck smile, are not in the least afraid of it. Hilda looked up at her calmly. Not in the least, she answered. I have nursed hundreds of cases. Oh my, how dreadful! And never caught it? Never? I'm not afraid, you see. I wish I wasn't. Hundreds of cases. It makes one ill to think of it. And all successfully, one but Ivor and Dr. Cumberledge to see one. She yawned till she was tired. Then she began to grow peevish. Why ever would you want to build a railway at all in this stupid, silly place? She said, as we sat in the veranda in the cool evening. I'm sure I can't imagine. We must go somewhere. This is maddening, maddening. Miss Wade, Dr. Cumberledge, I count upon you to discover something for me to do. If I vegetate like this, seeing nothing all day long but those eternal hills, she clenched her little fist, I shall go mad with ennui. Hilda had a happy thought. I have a fancy to see some of these Buddhist monasteries, she said, smiling as one smiles at a tiresome child whom one likes in spite of everything. You remember, I was reading that book of Mr. Simpson's on the steamer coming out, a curious book about the Buddhist praying wheels, and it made me want to see one of their temples immensely. What do you say to camping out a few weeks in the hills? It would be an adventure at any rate. Camping out! Lady Meadowcroft exclaimed, half roused from her languor by the idea of a change. Oh, do you think that would be fun? Should we sleep on the ground? But wouldn't it be dreadfully, horribly uncomfortable? Not half so uncomfortable as you'll find yourself here at Toulouse in a few days, Emmy, her husband put in grimly. The rains will soon be on, lass, and when the rains are on, by all account they're precious heavy hereabouts. Rare fine rains, so that a man's half flooded out of his bed o' nights, which won't suit you, my lady. The poor little woman clasped her twitching hands in feeble agony. Oh, Ivor, how dreadful! Is it what they call the mongoose or monsoon or something? But if they're so bad here, surely they'll be worse in the hills and camping out too, won't they?" "Not if you go the right way to work. I'm told it never rains the other side of the hills. The mountains stop the clouds, and once you're over, you're safe enough. Only you must take care to keep well in the Maharaja's territory. Cross the frontier to the other side into Tibet, and they'll skin thee alive as soon as look at thee. They don't like strangers in Tibet, prejudiced against them somehow. They pretty well skinned that young chap Lander who tried to go there a year ago." "But Ivor, I don't want to be skinned alive. I'm not an eel, please." "That's all right, lass. Leave that to me. I can get thee a guide, a man that's very well acquainted with the mountains. I was talking to a scientific explorer here the other day, and he knows of a good guide who can assist us. We must face the worst now. Our one chance is to cajole these people." The fat priest spoke again. "What does he say this time?" I asked. "He say Ram Dass tell him all this because Ram Dass good man, very good man. Ram Dass converted Buddhist. You pay Ram Dass to guide you to Lhasa, but Ram Dass good man not want to let European see holy city. Bring you here instead, then tell priest Sahib about it," and he chuckled inwardly. "What will they do to us?" Lady Meadowcroft asked, her face very white, though her manner was more courageous than I could easily have believed of her. "I don't know," I answered, biting my lip, "but we must not give way. We must put a bold face upon it. Their bark after all may be worse than their bite. We may still persuade them to let us go back again." The men in yellow robes motioned us to move on towards the village and monastery. We were their prisoners, and it was useless to resist. So I ordered the bearers to take up the tents and baggage. Lady Meadowcroft resigned herself to the inevitable. We mounted the path in a long line, the lamas in yellow closely guarding our draggled little procession. I tried my best to preserve my composure, and above all else not to look dejected. As we approached the village, with its squalid and fetid huts, we caught the sound of bells, innumerable bells, tinkling at regular intervals. Many people trooped out from their houses to look at us, all flat-faced, all with oblique eyes, all stolidly, sullenly, stupidly passive. They seemed curious as to our dress and appearance, but not apparently hostile. We walked on to the low line of the monastery, with its pyramidal roof and its queer flower vase minarets. After a moment's discussion, they ushered us into the temple or chapel, which was evidently also their communal council room and place of deliberation. We entered trembling. We had no great certainty that we would ever get out of it alive again. End of chapter 10, part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose by Grant Allen. Chapter 10, Part 2. The temple was a large oblong hall, with a great figure of Buddha, cross-legged, imperturbable, enthroned in a niche at its further end, like the apse or recess in a church in Italy. Before it stood an altar. The Buddha sat and smiled on us with his monk in the place. Even the Buddha himself, cross-legged and imperturbable, had to sit for his portrait, as he was used to sitting. Never, indeed, having done anything else, he came out admirably. Day after day passed, suns rose and suns set, and it was clear that the monks did not mean to let us leave their precincts in a hurry. Lady Meadowcroft, having recovered by this time from her first fright, began to grow bored. The Buddhist ritual ceased to interest her. To vary the monotony, I hit upon an expedient for killing time till our two pressing hosts saw fit to let us depart. They were fond of religious processions of the most protracted sort, dances before the altar, with animal masks or heads, and other weird ceremonial orgies. Hilda, who had read herself up in Buddhist ideas, assured me that all these things were done in order to heap up karma. What is karma? I asked listlessly. Karma is good works or merit. The more praying wheels you turn, the more bells you ring, the greater the merit. One of the monks is always at work turning the big wheel that moves the bell, so as to heap up merit night and day for the monastery. This set me thinking. I soon discovered that, no matter how the wheel is turned, the karma or merit is equal. It is the turning it that counts, not the personal exertion. There were wheels and bells in convenient situations all over the village, and whoever passed one gave it a twist as he went by, thus piling up karma for all the inhabitants. Reflecting upon these facts, I was seized with an idea. I got Hilda to take instantaneous photographs of all the monks during a sacred procession, at rapid intervals. In that sunny climate we had no difficulty at all in printing off from the plates as soon as developed. Then I took a small wheel about the size of an oyster barrel, the monks had dozens of them, and pasted the photographs inside in successive order, like what is called a zoetrope, or wheel of life, by cutting holes in the side and arranging a mirror from Lady Meadowcroft's dressing bag. I completed my machine so that when it was turned round rapidly one saw the procession actually taking place, as if the figures were moving. The thing, in short, made a living picture like a cinematograph. A mountain stream ran past the monastery and supplied it with water. I had a second inspiration. I was always mechanical. I fixed a water wheel in the stream where it made a petty cataract, and connected it by means of a small crank with a barrel of photographs. My zoetrope thus worked of itself, and piled up karma for all the village, whether anyone happened to be looking at it or not. The monks, who were really excellent fellows, when not engaged in cutting throats in the interest of the faith, regarded this device as a great and glorious religious investment. Was thin and wasted. The face, too, I noticed, had fallen away greatly. It was clear that the malignant fever which accompanies the disease had wreaked its worst on him. So weak and ill was he, indeed, that he let me hold his hand, with my fingers on his pulse, for half a minute or more, without ever opening his eyes or displaying the slightest curiosity at my presence. One might have thought that European doctors abounded in Nepal, and that I had been attending him for a week, with a mixture, as before, at every visit. "Your pulse is weak and very rapid," I said slowly in a professional tone. "You seem to me to have fallen into a perilous condition." At the sound of my voice he gave a sudden start. Yet even so, for a second he did not open his eyes. The revelation of my presence seemed to come upon him as in a dream. "Like Cumble Edges," he muttered to himself, gasping. "Exactly like Cumble Edges. But Cumble Edge is dead. I must be delirious. If I didn't know to the contrary, I could have sworn it was Cumble Edges." I spoke again, bending over him. "How long have the glandular swellings been present, Professor?" I asked with quiet deliberativeness. This time he opened his eyes sharply and looked up in my face. He swallowed a great gulp of surprise. His breath came and went. He raised himself on his elbows and stared at me with a fixed stare. "Cumberledge!" he cried. "Cumberledge! Come back to life, then? They told me you were dead, and here you are, Cumberledge!" "Who told you I was dead?" I asked sternly. He stared at me, still in a dazed way. He was more than half comatose. "Your guide Ramdas," he answered at last, half incoherently. "He came back by himself, came back without you. He swore to me he had seen all your throats cut in Tibet. He alone had escaped. The Buddhists had massacred you." "He told you a lie," I said shortly. "I thought so. I thought so. And I sent him back for confirmatory evidence. But the rouge has never brought it." He let his head drop on his rude pillow heavily. "Never, never brought it." I gazed at him full of horror. The man was too ill to hear me, too ill to reason, too ill to recognize the meaning of his own words, almost. Otherwise, perhaps, he would hardly have expressed himself quite so frankly. Though, to be sure, he had said nothing to criminate himself in any way. His action might have been due to anxiety for our safety. I fixed my glance on him long and dubiously. What ought I to do next? As for Sebastian's surprise and delight, a penciled entry halfway down the list gave the name Professor Sebastian. "Oh, Sebastian is going by this steamer?" I murmured, looking up. A sandy-haired clerk hummed and hesitated. "Well, I believe he is going, sir," he answered at last, "but it's a bit uncertain. He's a fidgety man, the professor. He came down here this morning and asked to see the list, the same as you have done. Then he engaged a berth provisionally. Mind, provisionally, he said. That's why his name is only put in on the list in pencil. I take it he's waiting to know whether a party of friends he wishes to meet are going also." Or wishes to avoid, I thought to myself inwardly, but I did not say so. I asked instead, "Is he coming again?" "Yes, I think so, at 5:30. "And she sails at 7? "At 7 punctually. Passengers must be aboard by 6:30 at latest." "Very good," I answered, making up my mind promptly. "I only called to know the Professor's movements. Don't mention to him that I came. I may look in again myself an hour or two later." "You don't want a passage, sir? You may be the friend he's expecting." "No, I don't want a passage, not at present, certainly." Then I ventured on a bold stroke. "Look here," I said, leaning across towards him, and assuming a confidential tone, "I am a private detective," which was perfectly true in essence, "and I am dogging the Professor, who for all his eminence is gravely suspected of a great crime. If you will help me, I will make it worth your while. Let us understand one another. I offer you a £5 note to say nothing of all this to him." The sallow clerk's fishy eyes glistened. "You can depend upon me," he answered, with an acquiescent nod. I judged that he didn't often get the chance of earning some 80 rupees so easily. I scribbled a hasty note and sent it round to Hilda. "Pack your boxes at once, and hold yourself in readiness to embark on the Vindhya at 6 o'clock precisely." Then I put my own things straight and waited at the club till 5:45. At that time I strolled on unconcernedly into the office. A cab outside held Hilda and our luggage. I had arranged it all meanwhile by letter. "Professor Sebastian been here again?" I asked. "Yes, sir, he's been here, and he looked over the list again, and he's taken his passage. But he muttered something about eavesdroppers, and said that if he wasn't satisfied when he got on board, he would return at once and ask for a cabin in exchange by the next steamer." "That will do," I answered, slipping the promised £5 note into the clerk's open palm, which closed over it convulsively. "Talked about eavesdroppers, did he? Then he knows he's been shadowed. It may console you to learn that you are instrumental in furthering the aims of justice and unmasking a cruel and wicked conspiracy. Now the nextness of purpose." It was the only time he had addressed a word to her during the entire voyage. They put the women and children into the first boats lowered. Mothers and little ones went first, single women and widows after. "Now, Miss Wade," the first officer said, taking her gently by the shoulders when her turn arrived. "Make haste, don't keep us waiting." But Hilda held back. "No, no," she said firmly, "I won't go yet. I'm waiting for the men's boat. I must not leave Professor Sebastian." The first officer shrugged his shoulders. There was no time for protest. "Next, then," he said quickly. Miss Martin, Miss Weatherly. Sebastian took her hand and tried to force her in. You must go, he said in a low, persuasive tone. You must not wait for me. He hated to see her, I knew, but I imagined in his voice, for I noted it even then, there rang some undertone of genuine desire to save her. Hilda loosened his grasp resolutely. No, no, she answered. I cannot fly. I shall never leave you. Not even if I promise? She shook her head and closed her lips hard. Certainly not, she said again after a pause. I cannot trust you. Besides, I must stop by your side and do my best to save you. Your life is all in all to me. I dare not risk it. His gaze was now pure admiration. As you will, he answered, for he that loseth his life shall gain it. If ever we land alive, Hilda answered, glowing red in spite of the danger, I shall remind you of that word. I shall call upon you to fulfill it. The boat was lowered, and still Hilda stood by my side. 1 second later, another shock shook us. The windaya parted amidships, and we found ourselves struggling and choking in the cold sea water. It was a miracle that every soul of us was not drowned that moment, as many of us were. The swirling eddy which followed as the windaya sank swamped 2 of the boats and carried down not a few of those who were standing on the deck with us. The last I saw of the first officer was a writhing form whirled about in the water. Before he sank, he shouted aloud with a seaman's frank courage. Say it was all my fault. I accept the responsibility. I ran her too close. I'm the only one to blame for it. Then he disappeared in the whirlpool caused by the sinking ship, and we were left still struggling. One of the life rafts, hastily rigged by the sailors, floated our way. Hilda struck out a stroke or 2 and caught it. She dragged herself onto it and beckoned me to follow. I could see she was holding on to something tightly. I struck out in turn and reached the raft, which was composed of 2 seats, fastened together in haste at the first note of danger. I hauled myself up by Hilda's side. Necessary? Do you exact it? Hilda was inexorable. You know yourself how you are situated. You have only a day or 2 to live, she said in an impressive voice. You must do it at once or never. You have postponed it all your life. Now, at this last moment, you must make up for it. Will you die with an act of injustice unconfessed on your conscience? He paused and struggled. I could, if it were not for you, he answered. Then do it for me, Hilda cried. Do it for me. I ask it of you not as a favor, but as a right. I demand it. She stood white, stern, inexorable, by his couch, and laid her hand upon his shoulder. He paused once more. Then he murmured feebly in a querulous tone, What witnesses? Whom do you wish to be present? Hilda spoke clearly and distinctly. She had thought it all out with herself beforehand. Such witnesses as will carry absolute conviction to the mind of all the world, irreproachable, disinterested witnesses, official witnesses. In the first place, a commissioner of oaths, then a Plymouth doctor, to show that you are in a fit state of mind to make a confession. Next, Mr. Horace Mayfield, who defended my father. Lastly, Dr. Blake Crawford, who watched the case on your behalf at the trial. But, Hilda, I interposed, we may possibly find that they cannot come away from London just now. They are busy men and likely to be engaged. They will come if I pay their fees. I do not mind how much this costs me. What is money compared to this one great object of my life? And then, the delay, suppose that we are too late. He will live some days yet. I can telegraph up at once. I want no hole and corner confession, which may afterwards be useless, but an open avowal before the most approved witnesses. If he will make it, well and good. If not, my life work will have failed. But I had rather it failed than draw back 1 inch from the course which I have laid down for myself. I looked at the worn face of Sebastian. He nodded his head slowly. "She has conquered," he answered, turning upon the pillow. "Let her have her own way. I hid it for years for science's sake. That was my motive, Cumberledge, and I'm too near death to lie. Science has now nothing more to gain or lose by me. I have served her well, but I am worn out in her service. Maisie may do as she will. I accept her ultimatum." We telegraphed up at once. Fortunately, both men were disengaged, and both keenly interested in the case. By that evening Horace Mayfield was talking it all over with me in the hotel at Southampton.